Welcome everyone to the broadcast. It is so good to have you all here tonight. Hello everybody. Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. A good start to your week. Welcome folks. We're playing some more Final Fantasy XIV tonight. Continuing our leveling adventures with the Astrologian. Delving into the healing side of things. Just a little bit. Just dipping our little toes into the healing department. I'm still debating which class to level first in Dawn Trail, if that's going to be Black Mage, if that's going to be Pictomancer, I have no idea. Probably Black Mage and then Picto after, later. Or should I do Picto first and kind of ride the wave of new Pictomancers? Should I level healing first because there's going to be non-stop dungeons from the flood of new DPS? Who knows? Who knows? All I know is I'm having a good time with it. Hey, Gego. Hail and well met. It's good to see you, man. How's it going tonight? I'm ready to press some buttons. Heal some hit points. Ready to rock. I gained a level today. Feels good, man. I want to give you another shout out later on, Gego. Phil's birthday, man. Thanks, Brent. Thank you, Brent. Appreciate that. How's it going? How are you doing today? I fired up Ghost of Tsushima earlier today just to see how it looked. Get all the settings tweaked and things like that. Get the sound effects tuned. I swear every single game I fire up is designed to just blow out your eardrums. 24? It's pretty close. 25. 25. Just a little bit off, Brett, but that's alright. You were wrong in the right direction. I was astonished at just how good Ghost of Tsushima looks. It is beautiful. That game is absolutely gorgeous. I'm interested in playing it on stream, but I don't know if I can commit the entire time it takes to get through that game. Maybe we just do like a couple sessions of it and just leave it at that. Come back to it periodically. There's way too many things I want to play that are coming out in the near future. Dawn Trail, Elden Ring DLC, just a huge backlog of games I want to get through. Perhaps I should do another Sharp versus the Steam backlog-esque kind of thing. I'll leave a monthly poll. Which game should I play of these games? And then let chat decide. You're gaining half a level in a couple days? Well, happy half level, early half level, Napsy. To you. Happy early half level. Yeah. Otherwise, the only thing I can think of is like, I keep buying these games. And then I can't play the games fast enough to outpace the rate at which I accumulate them. That doesn't sound weird? It's pretty weird.
43.
Sulu, thank you for the 43 months. The big 43 months at tier 2. Thank you so much for the very generous long-term support, Sulu. Welcome back to the aficionados. The big tier 2. 43, man. 43 levels? 43 months. 43 decades. Hire an AI game assistant that plays and streams for you. I've seen folks do that. There are some streams that I've seen that are AI bots. AI bots that like respond to chat, and the streamer will just have a game playing or like a video playing, and the AI bot manages the chat, so the stream is never offline. It's a 24-hour, 7 days a week kind of thing. And yeah, there's like chat controlled games, chat interaction, but the streamer is only there for like 4 or 5 hours a day. Hello, Northcross, welcome. You've been summoned? It wasn't me. I'm playing an Astrologian. Summoner was 2 weeks ago, so maybe I'm summoning you from the past, if that's what you're talking about. Oh yeah. No worries, no worries, man. No worries. You can stay. Now that you're here, why don't you go ahead and stick around? Yeah, I've got some really great games in my Steam library that I really want to get to. And I want to spend time with them. And man, it is becoming so much more difficult to do that. I will just have to start streaming 24 hours a day. Don't talk about I'm Travel A. Isn't it I'm Travel Tay? I'm Travel Tay. We need proper grammar for our pig Latin, okay? I finished playing through the Penacony storyline in Honkai Star Rail earlier today. It is really good. I really enjoyed it. I actually thought it was very well done. That game is like there's a lot of pieces of the Penacony story that I thought were really dragged out. I don't know, there's a lot of talking, a lot of dialogue, and lots of cutscenes in the last couple patches of Star Rail, but I really enjoyed the narrative. It was really good. Nice conclusion to the Penacony storyline. Can't wait to see what they do next. If it's anything like the Lafu, we're going to have months and months and months of character introductions before we actually get to the next substantive piece of the Star Rail storyline. They have a lot of talent at that dev house. They'd better, because those games make a lot of money. You seem I'll be too busy with Final Fantasy XIV for Zenless Zone Zero? Oh, maybe. I don't know. Depends. I feel like in my life right now I can consistently fit one quality gacha game. In order for me to play more than that, I would have to make gacha games just the things that I do. Just the things that I play constantly. Wuthering Waves, Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, Zenless Zone Zero. What is it? There's another one, Rebirth 1999, something like that. There's just a bunch of quality stuff that I see people really enjoy, but it would be all I would be doing. So my plan right now is to check out Zenless Zone Zero. If there's like a really good hook, something that really keeps me interested, maybe I'll continue playing it for a bit alongside Star Rail to see which one of them wins out. But right now, Star Rail is like the one. It's so good. Pick one at a time and stick with it. That's, yeah. I feel like anything more than that. I mean, we're really starting to stretch myself and my... nothing. I bought a birthday present to myself. I purchased a 10-pack of spins. Holes? In Star Rail today. That was pretty fun. I didn't get what I wanted. But it felt good to spend money on myself. So maybe I did get what I wanted in the first place. You know, it's like, you gotta treat yourself sometimes. So yeah, that's my plan. Final Fantasy XIV is like June 30th, June 28th. When does Dawn Trail release? Alright, so July 2 is the official release date. June 28th is the early release date. Zenless Zone Zero starts on the 4th of July. So maybe I'll play a little bit of that over the weekend. Just see how it is. Catch up on the story. Alright. Let's get started. Let's actually play the game. Let's log in. Yeah, I don't know. The two of them release so close together that it's going to make it difficult. I'll have to probably play Zenless Zone Zero offline for a bit. And then go back to Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah, you can always play it kind of on the fringes, that's right. Just have it parked on the side while I'm doing something else, like trying to get through the queue. Exactly. It's about being efficient. Hello, Nathaniel. Only get a week for the Erd Tree. 40 hours is what I hear. 40 hours. Let's say, I don't know. I hear a lot of different numbers. 40 to 70 hours for Shadows of the Erd Tree. And 100, on the order of 100 new weapons. And I still have to play another character to get through it, because I accidentally started New Game Plus. So my character is back at the beginning. And I have to play at least to get up to that point in the story. I don't know where the hook is for the DLC. I think it's after you fight Moog. So I have to at least get to where Moog is. I could probably just run there. Now that I think about it. If I'm playing New Game Plus, I can probably just run straight up to where the DLC starts. And then play that. Nice tie knot you got there. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. I like it when people compliment my appearance. It makes me feel good. Alright, let's see. I needed to put some more macros on my bars. I need Isuna. This is Physic? I forgot about this last one here. If you have no mouse over macro, then use the... If you have no mouse over target, then use the ability on who you have targeted. Okay, so we need Isuna. You can get there decently quickly? Alright, that's good to know. Yeah, Moog 2. As long as I can ride straight there. I don't... Now that I think about it, that shouldn't take me too long. Because a lot of that is gated on your power. So as long as you can fight the things that are up there in that area near the Halig tree, shouldn't be too bad of an issue. You can run right over to the... Actually, no. Do I even need to do that? It's probably the easiest way to do it. Just to go up to that teleport spot by the Halig tree. You don't need the Bloody Invitation. There's two ways to get there. You can either do that quest line that gets you the Bloody Invitation to get there, or there's a teleport place in the Highlands area on the way to the Halig tree that doesn't require the Bloody Invitation. I know that because I didn't do that quest line, but I was still able to get to Moog. Okay, so we got Horoscope last time. We got to level 76. There was one other thing I wanted to make a macro out of. I think, but I don't recall exactly what it is. It feels like everything else is... Oh, do I need Benefic? Straight up Benefic, probably, because I get some really low dungeons every now and then. Might as well make it easier on myself. Let's do that. Yeah, exactly. Can you... Is it faster to go through the capital to that area that's a really end game? Or is it faster to do the quest line to get the Bloody Invitation, which will take you straight there? Is there a way to get to the snowfields without having to, like... Is there an easier way to get to the snowfields? No, that I have no idea. There might be an easier way to get there. I know there's that teleportation place that takes you from the academy up to the Volcano Manor. But that's the only big skip that I know of that's not like a hack. I think the rest, I think you actually have to manually run. Ooh, Baelsar's Wall? Yeah, I figure what I'll do is, on the day of, I'll just look to see if anybody's got some good advice on how to actually play that. You know, get there faster. You sure there's gonna be plenty of people doing like 5-minute runs? Oh yeah. Well, I was watching somebody do, you know, the 80% speed run of Elden Ring. It's remarkable to me the things that they can do in the game. They're like, yeah, you need to... If you drop in this boss at this particular angle, it instantly dies. Or... Because they're all level 1, right? So they need ways to get around bosses very quickly. Fastest way to access the ER DLC. Yeah, exactly. I need that video. Need to get your 14 sub active again. It's been way too long. Yeah. The game is fun. I'm having a good time just leveling jobs. That's all I've been doing for the last 3 weeks. Just leveling jobs. Nathaniel Wise says, before I stopped, I was doing the same, just getting one of each DPS category and then maxed all of your tanks and healers. Nice. Yeah, I don't think I've got time to do that. I think I might do this job, and then I might take a break and do something else. But we'll see. I don't know. I've got, you guys are gonna get blasted. I don't know what you're doing. Just dying. Okay. I might play some Ghosts. That game is really pretty. Really pretty. You want to get back on the Final Fantasy XI story grind? Finish up before Dawn Trail comes out? Wings of the Goddess is very long, huh? Wait, I thought Wings of the Goddess was like the first DLC. Isn't it? Isn't that the very first one? Like the one that launched with Final Fantasy XI in North America? Your next single-player game is going to be Hellblade 2? Yeah, that game looks incredible also. Damn, I forgot all about that one. Taking Rise of the Zilla. Okay, so when did Wings of the Goddess come out? Was that before Wings of the... or Rise of the Zilla? Because I could have sworn that it was out by the time the game was released. Came out in 2007. Okay. Came out in 2007. Is that before or after Treasures of Ottertown? Wings is the penultimate expansion. Okay. Came out immediately after. Alright. Got it. Is that the one that increased the the level cap from 75? Yeah. That makes sense. Wings raise the level cap. Seekers of Adulid add an additional eye level. Oh, okay. That was always their thing for a long time. Like, that game is really good at balancing, or I should say, like, adding new stats to stuff. Because for a long time, their gear was like the same eye level or similar eye level. Oh my god. What the hell? They all needle burst all at the same time. And it was all about getting the very specific pieces of gear that you needed with the right stats. Because your level was like your max level was 75. So you would just have various different flavors of level 75 gear. But it was also unique, I would say, in the fact that a lot of the best in slot gear was maybe lower level than what you currently were. I always thought that was interesting. Like, it's totally possible to see a level 75 person using a level 30 piece of gear in that game. Which is, I think, unique to that. I don't know of anything else where that's the case. Where suddenly you just really want something very specific because it has this one stat that you value very highly. Ranged accuracy. Yeah, ranged accuracy, just accuracy in general, particularly for Dark Knights. Really needed that. Ranged accuracy was critical for Rangers, which were like ranged Dark Knights. Hey Rune, thank you, appreciate that. You think it'd be sweet if Final Fantasy XIV could have a similar horizontal gearing system? This isn't that kind of game. It's just, I feel like that's something you need to have in there from the bottom up. It has to be ingrained into systems, otherwise it doesn't work right. It might have been neat, but the opportunity for that has definitely passed. Did I have a birthday? I don't know, what do you think? Bosnia's a lot slower than you remember. Is it? I mean, I feel like, at this point, you either have people that really enjoy Bosnia, or people that are like achievement farming, right? So, I don't know, it's just, I don't know how populous you expect it to be. Gago, thank you for the compliment on the tie. Appreciate that. Thank you. Rune, thank you for the compliments. Appreciate that. Did we get 200? We got the 200th best compliment. Very nice. Very nice. I was waiting for that one. Got our 200th best command. It is both his birthday and not his birthday at the same time. It's still my birthday for another 3 hours. So it would be like, it's your birthday? We don't know the state of the birthday until we observe the birthday. And until we observe the state of the birthday, it is both the birthday and not the birthday. It's never gonna happen. Yeah, that'd be cool. There's another game, Vindictus, that has a really good horizontal gearing system. It's not anywhere close to the same kind of game, but I really enjoyed it. It's like a third-person action game.
Yeah.
They're making a sequel to Vindictus sometime soon as well.
How'd you like this? Sloppy. I'll tear you limb from limb.
Played Vindictus a long time ago. It's still like regularly updated. Now they have like 20 different characters, more than that. It's ridiculous. Just how much stuff they have in that game.
I have you now. Yeah. How'd you like this? Yeah! Sloppy.
When I played Vindictus, they had like 4 classes, 5. They might have just added the 5th one. Each class has a different they have like multiple weapons.
Yeah.
So I think each class has 2 different weapons.
Yeah. Sloppy. Yeah. I'll tear you limb from limb. Yeah.
One was a huge guy, yeah. When I stopped playing the game, they had just added the huge guy. They had just added him. He's the big dude that uses a big, like a rock. It's a giant pillar. It's a stone pillar. That's his weapon. Yes, it is, Michaela. You forgot about the commands? Well, Nathaniel, they're still there. People have been using them this whole time. What if it turns to the 5th where you are, but it's still the 4th in other places? Is it still your birthday? Sketch asking the, it's good going. Looking good, man. I like your outfit. Like a hard-boiled noir detective. What is this? This is great. Are you on the case right now? Thank you, Rune. So, always on the case? Got it, got it. I would say it's no longer my birthday from my perspective. It might still be my birthday from somebody else's perspective. It's the law of birthday relativity, you know, it's if the time for the observer is still the 4th, then yes. And if you think about it, like, in terms of the entire universe, I'm sure that there's some place somewhere where it's going to be June 4th forever, right? You can always find a place in the infinity of the galaxy where it is always June 4th, and therefore it is always my birthday. I turned 25. If you take a plane backwards in time zones, you can have a birthday lasting for longer than 24 hours. You see, this is exactly the kind of thought-provoking conversation I enjoy. We're the same age, yeah. You didn't know that? Sketch? Yeah. Yeah, I turned 25 this year. I dig this outfit, man. It's the gear from the alternate dungeons. Oh, okay. You can't, sometimes you can't tell when I'm lying? Old people always say 25 because none of us want to be teenagers ever again. 25 is, I think it's 23 is the peak. Once you reach 23, it's everything downhill, is downhill from there. It's like, get up to 23, and then it's just like, maybe you can make an argument for 25, because I think that's when the prefrontal cortex finally finishes evolving. And then it's just, it's all downhill from there. Everything goes downhill. I could have said 29, but I'm definitely 25. All right. It's up to you to figure out whether I'm telling the truth or not. You feel like much more of a human at 25 than you were at 23. Nice. Exercise and eating healthy are important. To some degree. Celia, you're looking for a party? Send me a tell. Now keep in mind, I'm just running dungeons. I'll just be running dungeons all night. So, feel free to drop in, drop out. Don't feel obligated to stay in. Yeah, I would say exercise and eating healthy are pretty important. Yep. Although, when I was 25, I was definitely at the point where I could just eat whatever I wanted. And I would be totally fine. Your husband takes a different approach, says Michaela. He takes his age and splits it. He just turned 45, so he says he's a 4-year-old and a 5-year-old. I see. Okay. 4-year-old and a 5-year-old. Alright, got it. Double Summoner. Double Summoner Astro and Halatali. Oh, man. For some reason, I thought Halatali was like level 15. I kind of miss the days when Essential Dignity heals for the entire hit point bar. As I get higher in level, it feels like it heals for maybe a quarter, 30%. Somewhere in there. Uh-oh. I forgot, I've only got Benefic. Benefic 1. I'm sitting there trying to heal him with Aspected Benefic, and nothing's happening. Alright, well, I guess we'll have to cross our fingers and hope for the best. Sure, North Cross, yeah. No worries. Sounds good. If you're up for it. Like I said, I'm just queuing for random dungeons all night, so... if that sounds like fun. I'm going to do all of the roulettes once, and then I'm going to switch over to, either random Shadowbringers dungeons or leveling dungeons, one of the two. Or we gotta kill it before all these little fireballs pop out, okay? Nice job. Good work, team. You think your peak was at 28? Yeah, it's in that range. By the way, Sketch, we are definitely not the same age. Let's see, if you're 25. Okay, got it. 90s kids. Like late 90s, wow. Why do I smile like that? What do you mean? I'm just a happy guy. What are you talking about? I smile like this all the time. I'm not judging. No. I don't judge. I know I have some younger kids that watch my stream every now and then. Since I've been broadcasting on YouTube, I get access to some of their analytics. And it turns out that my stream appeals most to males between the ages of 28 and 40. I was rather surprised when I looked at the split. It's like men between the ages of 28 and 40 were 99% of my viewership. 99%. It's just... wow. Damn. Alright. You're older than my primary demographic? I never really considered that particular slice to be my primary demographic. It's not like I'm doing anything to really specifically appeal to men between the ages of 25 and 40. I don't know, maybe it's the tie. Maybe it's the tie. Sag? What's Sag? What do you mean? Why are you being Sag right now, Sketch? That was also when I was broadcasting New World. Like when I made New World videos. So maybe it's just that only men between the ages of 28 and 40 actually play New World and are thus interested in that kind of content. I don't know. There's a few ways you can go with that. Maybe I'm just not playing games with broader appeal. This tank is going to think that he is just the absolute best. He's going to get triple commended by the time we're done with this. Like, man, you're the absolute greatest Halatali tank I think I've ever had. Here are 3 commends. You've been meeting a lot of guys that have been your age or younger lately that have made you feel very young. Very young. Wait, what? What do you mean? As in, you behave more maturely than these people that you are meeting? Is that what you're saying? But he just went instantly into his fire phase. What? I think it's probably safe to ignore the Demantises. Since they can just heal through the 1 or 2 that it seems like will actually make it there. Look at that guy. He's super dead. Look at that. Amazing. Okay, North Cross, send me a tell. I need to fill in my action bars at some point with other things. Because just looking at my action bars with these giant gaping holes in them. Southie parallel? What? Oh. South Y parallel. Got it. It took me a minute to catch on to what you were saying there. More like you've been meeting people that are more put together than you despite being younger. Feels weird. Okay. I see. Hell yeah, Ifrit. Remember when there used to be hard modes? Like normal modes, hard modes, and extreme modes? And that was a thing? Yeah, I know somebody who, let's see, do I have an AoE heal? I do. I know some folks that are, like that. They're just more naturally pulled together than I think other people are at certain parts of their life, but, Yeah, I don't know. It's just, I don't think that it's really fair to compare yourself to people like that. Because who knows what they had to deal with and what you've got to deal with and what their situation is versus yours. It's just... Oh. You don't really do yourself any services by that. Yeah! Look at that big ol' LB3 right there. Man, that was good. Alright, you're all ready for the main scenario? We're definitely gonna get the Praetorium, right? There's no way we're not getting the Praetorium here. Wait, did we actually get Castrum? Wow. I'm shocked. I haven't actually done Ultimate Weapon for the MSQ roulette in it feels like a week and a half? It's been a while. Disparaged, not the Praetorium. I know, right? Man. Wouldn't that have been great? Wouldn't Praetorium just have been perfect right here? The only drawback of this hover over, mouse over macro thing for the cards is sometimes the cards just don't play. Yeah, there you go. The Google event calls for the last of the three if it's still on the MSQ roulette. Last of the three. You talking about the Ultimate Weapon trial? It's a weekly challenge thing for 20 Mogtoms. 20? Wow, what? How many have I got? 32. I feel like it's gotten... My income of Mogtoms has gone down since I stopped doing the expert... Or not the expert roulette. The 50, 60, 70, 80 roulette on a regular basis. So I stopped having to do Wanderer's Palace hard mode constantly. It's just all day Wanderer's Palace hard. I think I did that dungeon probably 5 times over the course of 2 nights. Just nothing but Wanderer's Palace and Wanderer's Palace hard. And every now and then you get a good one, like, what's the one with Karibo as the last boss? Holy City of Amdapor. Amdapor is super fun. I'm not even sure what I like about Amdapor. Maybe it's the setting. I think I like the last boss. The final boss has some pretty fun mechanics that invert the typical mechanics. Because the last boss is entirely based around healing spells. But sometimes the healing spells hurt you. I should say, they always hurt you. They're good for the boss, but not so good for you, but it casts like regen, and cure 4, and things like that. Whoops. Here's your heal. I got you. Stormblood had some great dungeons. Yeah. Amdapor, wait. Amdapor hard mode was Stormblood, wasn't it? Yeah, you're right. So what's the verdict? Are you in fact a healer, and you just never knew? I haven't done it in raids yet. That's the only real way to tell. If you can raid heal, and you think it's fun, then maybe. That's really it. Like, you can't judge it, any kind of role, until you do it in a raid. I wish I had a non-cast time AoE heal. Wouldn't that be great? But I will say, I do enjoy the buttons that I'm pressing. They feel fun. I wish I could cast Gravity more. I feel like I spend a lot of time actually pressing my healing spells, and I would love it if I could replace that time with more DPS spells. If that makes sense at all. I don't know. Maybe that means I'm not actually a healer. Maybe that means I'm actually DPS pretending to be a healer. Which that can sometimes be fine, but is typically very dangerous. I should heal P10S? No, thanks. No, that's all right. I'll pass on that one. I'll pass on that one. There's your answer. Yeah, I was just thinking about that. Like, maybe I am just a DPS at heart. And every now and then I like to take a vacation to heal. Switch things up. Variety of content is actually very important to me, and I've grown to recognize just how important it is to my mental health after having played Final Fantasy XIV, doing like one piece of content for every stream for over a year. Burned myself out on it really hard. Really hard. You've heard high-level healing is about min-maxing the damage? Yeah. And the reason for that is if you're trying to do first week stuff, first week content, like Savage Raids as soon as they're released, the Savage Raids are not tuned for the gear, I should say. They're not tuned to be solo carried by the DPS for the gear that you have available at the time. You're supposed to be gathering gear to increase your power level, right? So a lot of it comes down to how much DPS can the healers and the tanks make up for that the DPS would normally need more gear to do. So it's, yeah, if you're trying to actually kill things week one, high level progression rating, your healers have to be carrying a lot of that burden. So that means like identifying more efficient ways to heal so that they can fill in the gaps with more damage to make up the difference until their DPS can get better gear and start doing it themselves. Best way to keep people alive is by killing the boss. That's why I play Black Mage most of the time, right? If you kill the boss faster, then there's two good things that happen. Your DPS goes up, and the healing needed goes down, right? There you go. Damage taken from the raid goes down. I've been playing a healer this whole time, who knew? Yeah, that's exactly right. I've been healing through my damage. If I can reduce the amount of time the fight takes by 10 or 15 seconds, just think about how much damage I'm preventing, right? Give me credit for that. Give me credit for all that prevented damage. It's a whole tank buster. I know. Exactly. Yeah, it'd be great if I could tell, or if a, you know, like a log, Final Fantasy logs could tell how much damage would have been done, and then give me credit for all the damage that wasn't done because I was able to finish the fight faster. Yeah, that's right. I'm the biggest healer in the game, man. Imagine getting an orange parse for healing on Black Mage. Well, with the way that the logs used to be, they used to count shields as healing, and self-shields also counted, which meant that if you used Mana Ward on yourself more than other Black Mages use Mana Ward on themselves, you would actually get an orange parse for healing on your Black Mage. That's how that used to work. Did I ever? Yeah, I got like a 99 percentile healing on some stupid fight, like E10S or something like that. I'd have to go back and look, but yeah, it's happened. I don't know if it's still orange, but I have done that before. That was super smooth. Nice job. Congrats on 77. Thank you. Yeah, now we're 77. We're making our way through all of these levels. Okay, so that was all the roulettes. Thank you for some Shadowbringers dungeons. I can't queue for more than one. I can only queue for... Okay. I guess since we're in a party, I can't say I want you to randomly select from these 4. It has to be a specific one. This should actually use my abilities. This is what I'm trying to... I want to spend more time in these higher level dungeons because I honestly forget what abilities I have access to. The buttons I can actually press, you know? Like now I've got Horoscope. What was this one? Celestial... Oh, Celestial Intersection. I forgot about that one too. Alright, hang on. It's this button. Dylan, nice job. I like this dungeon. I like the Shadowbringer dungeons in general. The theme music is really good. You're just thinking that? Yeah. That was always one of my biggest pleasures of this expansion, was just the music. This theme specifically, super good. He moved, that jerk. I love getting all these bots on the YouTube channel. It's like, you don't really associate, or at least I don't really associate the bots with YouTube too much, but I get a lot of them, actually. They're pretty harmless for the most part. But it's just funny to me. They're so prevalent. Assume it's because YouTube streaming is less popular. That's probably it. Yeah, you're right. That's probably it. You don't remember these fights? It's all good, man. We're in the same exact boat. Don't sweat it. I remember this fight specifically because I was raided by Dyrus while I was healing this dungeon as a scholar. And, he like brought 400 viewers or something like that into my channel, and then I instantly died on this boss. It's great. I don't think I caused a wipe. I just died in front of 500 people. I'll never forget it. Yeah, this should be safe here, right? This seems safe. This seems safe, right? Totally safe. We're good. The Bat Squatch. Did I ever play Mage in World of Warcraft? Yes, I did. During Warlords of Draenor. Very briefly, I played Arcane Mage. Utterly amazing Jeffrey, thank you for the follow, welcome. He did play 14, yeah, he played 14 for a bit. It's the closest I've ever come to being starstruck, because I used to watch TSM. Religiously watch TSM play League of Legends, so I was familiar with his career playing top for them. I think the only other time I had viewership in the hundreds, like a couple hundreds, was when I was playing Black Mage, doing my now legendary 200 runs of Innocence. It was on, I think it was on basically like Shadowbringer's release. Something like that. Back when I was just doing nothing but extreme trials all day. Thinking back on it, that might have contributed to my burnout. Maybe, possibly. Kinda, sorta, maybe? Yeah, maybe. I can't believe I only have 41 recorded clears on FF logs. So I know I did more than that. Just hours and hours and hours of just that boss. Viper poison. Yeah, I don't remember how to do this boss. I think there's something about, like, don't stand in the poison, obviously. But then he jumps to one side of the arena? Yeah. And he does this. And then he sucks you up. And then he spits you out or something. And knocks you back. That's it. Ow, okay. Forgot about that part. It's all good. It was all good. Wait. Was I in the, I was probably in the dangerous part. I was a little bit too close to the guy. I thought I was just far enough away. Thank you for the res, by the way. Appreciate that. Hit me for 13,000, so I guess it's not lethal. I had just taken damage, so it's like more dangerous than it should have been. Nice job. Alright, I think I need to put this ability back on my bar. I'm almost positive I accidentally pulled it off. Let's see, what is this? Horoscope? It should be there. Was it a challenge you made for yourself? No, I just really enjoyed that fight, so I just kept doing it over and over and over again. And I really wanted the mounts, which I eventually got. There was nothing more to it than that. Good night, North Cross. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. I love doing these older dungeons with people that are like obviously at that level. If I hadn't gotten the mount, you would have been worried? Yeah, I eventually just bought it, I think, with the totems. Titania and Innocence are the only two mounts in that expansion that I actually got. I did a lot of Extreme Trials. I mean, a lot. So, there was a period of time where I did nothing but Emerald Weapon. I was just doing Emerald Weapon over and over and over again. And I didn't get the mount from that one. Varus was the first extreme trial I did where I got a 99 percentile. That was my very first one. I can't redraw these cards. So you're all getting melee cards, apparently. Used to be so intimidated by dungeons and raids. Yeah, me too. Me too. I actually didn't start doing dungeons and raids in this game reliably until I started streaming Final Fantasy XIV. It freaked me out, man. There's a lot of performance anxiety, honestly. Because I was always worried that I wouldn't do the mechanics correctly, I would mess something up, you know. Bad stuff would happen. And then I did Suzaku. And Suzaku was the first extreme trial that I have ever done in this game. I did tank Alliance raids up until that point. Remember that. I tanked Alliance raids on my Dark Knight. Back in the Void Arc days. That was really the only Alliance raid I did. Void Arc. Your first was one of the trials in Stormblood? The one that dropped the Heavenly Dog? Heavenly? Yeah. What was Heavenly? Is that Byakko? Oh, was Heavenly, was that the last guy? Was Heavenly the... Siryu? Started with an S, but that was not it, okay. people still do these side doors? You can just ignore them. I guess. Makes little difference to me what we do and don't do, as long as we get through the dungeon. Did we ignore them? No, we put them on their plates and opened the doors. We're just DPSing the boss? Alright, sounds good. No, we have to do the soul stone. That's right. We have to do the soul stone in the boss's chest. I forgot all about this. Yeah, you do the soul stone, breaks this thing. It's been so long since I've done any of these dungeons. I think what Alhea is saying is that you can come straight to the boss and maybe they reset. I don't know. I honestly don't know. Mentor Rolos? Rolos? Is that Final Fantasy XIV slang? Oh, which AoE heal do I have access to? It's just Helios, okay. Should be fine. We're okay. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I haven't seen anybody refer to roulettes as Rolos yet. I'm sorry to hear you don't feel well. I hope you feel better soon. How close are you to 2K Mentor roulettes? You've done 50 so far? Okay, so you have a ways to go. Got it, got it. It's a lot. Oh, he's just like barely not on the plate. I think maybe Oranthane's talking about not about you. Two 2.5%? Yeah, okay. 2,000 is the mount. Alright. Well, I hope you get there. Seems like a really short amount of time. I'm sure you can do it if you apply yourself. It's just, and by apply yourself, I mean play 6 hours a night, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day on weekends. Maybe you'll get there in time. It feels weird having draw, but not redraw. You know? Just... It's a little bit odd. But then again, there's a lot that feels weird about this class when you're not playing at max level. And when I say max level, I mean when you've got access to at least draw, redraw, and the rest of the things I would consider to be pretty iconically Astrologian. It shocks me that draw is level 30. Alright, does anybody remember what the combination is? Fire on the left, coins on the right. Wait, did they get rid of that? Is that no longer a thing? You don't have to click on this little icon anymore? What? It's like half the fun of this dungeon is getting to get that combination wrong and having to fight all the ads. Fire, berry? Okay, alright. Fire, fruit. That's right. Sage sub 70 is really, really awkward. Simply not designed to be played at lower levels. Yeah, I get that sense. Like, I feel like they distribute the abilities to make it so that they're playable at lower level, but I don't think they actually give it much thought as to what abilities they have when. Don't worry, I'll go in. I got it. Yeah, if you don't get the mount now, you're gonna have to re-earn Mentor status when Dawn Trail releases, which might take a while. Challenge completed, Dungeon Master. Look at that, 437,000 extra experience points. Wow, I am this close to getting to the next level. You skipped it. Okay, got it. I didn't realize you could skip it. The intro to death mechanics, yes, exactly. You're playing TWW beta tomorrow. What is that? The dungeon pacing through the expansions is so thought out in mechanic progression. Yes, true. The War Within. Oh, look at that. Is that the Torgal mount? Oh, that's the, is that the new World of Warcraft expansion? War Within? Malik as well. Wow, okay. New WoW expansion, got it. You can pet him too? What? advancements in mount technology. Alright, friend, I'm looking for you to use your big ability that heals you. Any day now. Alright? Any day. Your hit points aren't moving when I heal you. That's a bad sign. There you go. Thank you for pressing that button. Thank you. Oh my. My cat is just in the other room, meowing. Just over and over. I don't know what her deal is. Oh, you might be dead. You're alive. That's fine. The Mythic Plus when I played. Is that the dungeon mechanic thing? Mythic Plus, yes. That's where you get like keystones, and then you do a dungeon, then you get a better keystone if you complete the dungeon. They did have that. Yes. Yeah, I like that mechanic. I thought that was super cool. I had a lot of fun with it too, because you could actually like get pretty good gear, depending. I didn't raid when that was a mechanic. So that was basically the only way I got gear, was from doing Mythic Pluses. That was in Legion, right? Start playing in BFA. I remember it being a thing in BFA, yeah, for sure, but I think it started in Legion. Nice! Gained another level. Oh, I have enhanced essential dignity. Alright, sounds good. Sulu, no worries. No worries. I actually really enjoyed the whole social aspect of Keystone Dungeons as well, because there was like a way that you could continue to do Keystones, and everyone got a chance to contribute, right? So the more people you had, the more times you could do them, which meant that you get more loot from everybody, which is always very cool. Oh, I've got 2 charges of Essential now. Oh, that's actually really nice. There's also, they also made it into like an esport almost, right? The Mythic Invitational, MSI, MDI, Mythic Dungeon Invitational. I remember nothing about this boss. I thought it'd be really fun. I think you have to be in here? Yeah, that's right. He sprays things, yeah. And you just stand here, and then you're pretty much done. Wait, why did that not go off? Why did my Swift cast not go off? Oh, you got it already. Okay. And that's all this boss does. should probably put Essential Dignity up here too. See everything, all of my abilities right on this little block. So I can see everything that I have and how many charges of whatever I've got left. There's a whole rating / evaluation to it. It's a neat little system. Yeah, I remember having a lot of fun with it. I'm sure it's evolved since then. If you have a keystone, it keeps people from gatekeeping you if you progress, exactly. Alright. I remember these guys. Rebuild, that's it. Yes. Forgiven indecency? Uh-huh, I see. Nice job. And then the final boss is actually... he appears a lot more difficult than he actually is, if I remember correctly. There is, like, very minimal movement you actually have to do. The biblically accurate angel. It looks like he requires lots of movement, but there's things he can do to make it a lot easier. Although with an ability called Intestinal Crank. Like, what the hell? Don't worry, I'll heal the tank. If I remember. Easy. You should cast Intestinal Crank here. If I recall correctly, or he's just going to continue to melee the tank? There it is. There it is. Alright, nice. This guy melee is really hard. Do it. Do it. Do it. Nice job. There we go. Good run. Iron Torch. Some furniture dropped. Minimal movement required. Yeah, there's the reason why I say that is for the ones that are circles. As a black mage, you have instant casts that you can use to cover all the movement for circles, and the ones that are like crosses. You saw what I did there. You have to move a grand total of I think twice to avoid everything that goes on. That is such a black mage thing to say. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh boy, I go from Malik as well to Sastasha. Let's do it, man. Let's do it. Has there ever been anything more Final Fantasy XIV than this? The safe spots are pretty big. I think the biggest part about that fight is that he just continues to cast Intestinal Crank over and over and over again, and the melee attacks, like his basic attacks, are really hard. They hit really hard. So we have a Gladiator and an Archer. Ooh, let's go. I'm in. Hey man, listen, black mages, this is our circle, don't make me move out of it, okay? This is it. That's why I like the black mage class so much, because it requires a lot of forethought. Strategy and forethought. And then on top of that, I get to do big damage. I mean, that seems like a pretty winning combination to me. They do get to move their circle in Dawn Trail, yeah. They get to move it once. What was it? There was a... Is it shield throw? They have to complete a paladin quest to get, or had to at least at one point. There were a lot of people that were doing these dungeons that didn't have all of their abilities way back in the day. Shield blob. The biggest part of, yeah, well, that's one of the considerations is, yes, you never want to delay your ley lines. So one of the biggest things that you need to do is figure out how you can maximize how much time you spend in your ley lines. And often that means, you know, figuring out where effects overlap and putting it there. Or keeping an eye out for when the boss chooses to do optimum combinations of abilities that lend themselves well to ley lines uptime. But a lot of the damage potential for black mages comes from how much of their ley lines they can actually use. The higher, I would say that a lot of it comes from how many Fire 4s you can cast in a fight, right? So if you're optimizing your Fire 4 usage, how much uptime you have for Thunder. That's a big one. What is your Thunder uptime? And how much uptime do you get from your DPS abilities? You know, if you could have cast ley lines 4 times in a fight, but you only used it 3 times, that's big. Paladins need to do a job quest to get Shield Blob. Yeah, okay. Missing a burst window is huge. It's, burst windows are actually kind of... I mean, yes, you definitely want to align everything. Your potion usage is basically what you need to align with your burst windows for black mages. Because it's not like you're delaying your abilities to take advantage of burst windows. Particularly your casting rotation. It would be great if they all lined up with fire, but that's not how it always happens. You just have to kind of, like, do what you can. That and ley lines is, I think, on a 90-second cooldown. So the burst window that matters the most is the initial one, and then you get maybe 1 or 2 after that actually lines up with all of your abilities. It might be 120 seconds, I don't remember. But you definitely don't want to delay it, to whatever degree possible. And a lot of the time, I feel like a lot of the times the boss abilities are designed around interrupting black mage ley lines. I gotta admit, or suspect that's the case. Because right when the black mage ley line cooldown is up, there's usually a boss ability that requires you to move. I'm sure the designers are doing that intentionally. Do you keep pots on your hotbar during conversation? Yep, I do. Or I did. When I was reading. Freaking magic turrets refusing to move for mechanics, so they just pop Mana Ward and say F it. A Mana Ward is a huge, huge shield. And it's absolutely... I use it for standing and stuff. What ward is my house in? It's in the goblet, but beyond that, I don't know. I usually put my potions on shift, mouse 5. Where's our tank? There he is. He's just a little pokey, that's all. How much of rotations is keeping things going in rhythm? Yeah. That's basically it. And how often you can spam buttons so you can press them as close to their cooldown as possible. I used to put all my abilities on my big abilities on my mouse wheel for World of Warcraft. And I would just spin the wheel up and down, depending on what spell I wanted to cast at the time. I wish I could do that here. It was really good for Warrior. Oh man. I've never spammed Heroic Strike harder in my life. You put your stuns on your mouse wheel? Nice. It felt great. Yeah, there were certain fights in Wrath. That's when I played Warrior the most. There's certain fights in Wrath that were like really Warrior fights, and it felt great. It felt fantastic. Like the Valkyrie twins fight. You just spam cleave the entire time, and you watch your DPS go through the roof. The only problem was trying to keep enough rage, but at a certain point, your offhand, and I'm talking about Fury Warriors at this point, your offhand generated so much rage that you didn't need to worry about rage at all. You could just spam cleave on every single attack, and yeah, your DPS went crazy. Huge. I played, I was big into Warrior back in Wrath, Naxxramas as well. When Deep Wounds was still broken and it would stack with itself, you'd get these enormous, I'm talking like, you know, your normal melee attacks would be something on the order of 1,000 damage, and then your Deep Wounds, which is a dot, it is a ticking dot, would be up at around like 25, 50,000. The Malagos fight, if you did that one the hard mode way, Malagos, you got these like stacking buffs, these stacking damage buffs over time for your whole raid. And periodically he'd suck you up into this giant tornado. Nobody was able to do anything at that point, but your dots would still tick on the boss. So I popped all of my cooldowns. I quite recall doing this. I popped all of my cooldowns just before he went to that phase. And I had dots ticking on him for like 70,000 damage at that point. We ripped through that whole phase very quickly, but as soon as we landed, I died instantaneously because I pulled aggro from the boss. The tanks could do nothing. The boss is untauntable, right? So the only thing they could do is spam Sunder harder, but unfortunately I did too much damage. My DPS was too boss. Could you solo bosses? No. There's no way you could solo a boss. I mean, you did a lot of damage, but it wasn't quite to that extent. I mean, maybe you could. Maybe if you were really motivated and you were really overgeared, you could. Welcome back, Ego. Okay, my house is in Ward 10. Ward 10. This guy's name is Skunk, and he's actually a skunk. That's great. So satisfying watching all these packs just die. Feels good, man. When he first started playing Final Fantasy back in 2012, he would lose aggro all the time because he had to manually taunt everything. Yes. Flash was like the big AoE taunt, right? I recall Flash being a big deal, and that Paladins had access to it, or I should say Gladiators had access to it, but nobody else did. And there was a long period of time before Overpower became actually an aggro generating ability. So Marauders were in this, like, really weird position, where your damage didn't really generate a whole lot of threat. They didn't have increased threat abilities back then. You just had to spam taunt. Just taunt everything. Just keep going. Taunt, taunt, taunt. Final Fantasy XIV has definitely changed in a lot of ways since its first few iterations. Lob, flash, flash, flash. Exactly. That's all you were doing is just flashing. You're doing your best to keep them aggroed too, yeah. The state the game is in now is pretty good. I still kind of lament the management of aggro. I don't think they should have taken away all of the aggro mechanics in the game, but rather improve the way that aggro can be managed. Done better with that. I would have liked that, I think. But, you know. The game is still fun. I miss having aggro management skills that I could pair with burst windows to make sure that I DPS responsibly. It's coddling the player. No, I don't think it's coddling. I think it's focusing on what players like to do versus what they don't like to do. It's like DPS want to press all of their buttons all the time to do the most damage. And I think it comes down to the question is why should they not be able to do that? So is there a good reason to allow them to not do that? And tanks hate generating threats, so is there a good reason to make them continue to generate threat? I like those mechanics, but not everybody does, and clearly the game developers don't, and they couldn't think of a good reason to keep them in there, so they guard them. I don't know if I would consider that coddling. It's just a different way to play the game.
I'll cut you to pieces!
I have the power.
I will not yield to you! I have the power! Yeah, if I remember right, this guy hits the tank really hard. It's not like something I can just let the tank be on his own for a bit. Don't stand in that. Don't stand in that. Down with you! Don't stand in that, please. So this is a big old AoE, and the tank's like, man, this is a perfect place for me to take the boss. In the big area of effect. His clears are so smooth, I like it. I think if I walk out of this door, Pack runs down the stairs and attacks me. We're all just standing here. Gagoli and his school teacher taking the kids on a field trip.
is one of your favorite dungeons, it's really good. It was very challenging. Originally. Very challenging. But, very fun. I need to clean out my inventory. Somehow I've accumulated too much junk yet again.
Filthy rats!
Get 'em!
Be done with you!
Oh, that's great.
And now the final curtain!
And now the final curtain. Well, let's do it. Hey, Sashikino, thank you for the, well wishes. You got more emotional during Heaven's Word? There's a lot of, I think that was sort of what they were going for. I'll just say that. I think that's what they were
Show me
going for.
mercy. You disgust me.
There were a lot of emotional moments in Heaven's Word.
Sickness must be purged. Be done with you! Sickness must be purged.
It's a tie between Shadowbringers and Heaven's Word for a story for you. I think I like the Shadowbringers story. Personally. Oh look, we're all here now. Isn't that great? Welcome to my home. My humble abode. Nice umbrella. You're definitely dressed for the occasion. I like it. 'Cause it's raining, so yeah. Raincoat plus umbrella. Very good. Gego's got his trench coat, and here I am standing out in the rain in my little sweater. You are all just too adorable. But now you're a cowboy. It's a cool outfit. Thank you for shouting out Sachi in the chat. Appreciate that.
Oh, you know, things are going pretty well. Just running a few dungeons, gaining some experience points. I'm up to level 78. I'd like to make it to 80 before the end of the night. But that might take a while. So we'll see if it actually happens. I plan on going for another couple hours. Maybe if I do my dailies, I can actually make it. My 70 dailies and then right into my 80 dailies. Ooh, the combo. How are you, Sachi? So you're sticking with the machinist there, Sulu? It's such a really cute outfit. Don't mind me. Almost done. Yeah, you're going to? Okay. Sounds good. Enjoy yourself. I just got Boot Hill and Star Rail. Finished the Penacony quest line. I actually like him as a character now. Took me a little bit to warm up to him, but he's actually kind of fun. Wasn't so sure. Now I've got a team. I'm trying to put together a team that can actually support him well, since he has a pretty unique mechanic that not a lot of people really play into very well. Boot Hill, yeah. Exactly. I used him during the Galactic Baseballer events, which I think was just really tuned, I would say, for him. There was one of the planets that was like the Boot Hill planet, and I used him to, was it him and Branya were a great combo together. He just blasted everything. The vault again? Hell yeah, let's go. Let's go. I like it. Just the vault for days. I'm rolling for Fu Xuan now. I want to see if I can get her before the event ends. I have a pretty well-equipped Aventurine, but I feel like I want a second really decent tank, and Fu Xuan is the thing to go for, especially with her crit rate ability. God, it's so good. Oh, you might be dead. I thought I had essential. I don't have essential. You might actually die. You're fine. You're fine. You're actually okay. Don't worry about it. Forget everything I just said. Use her as support 95% of the time. There's no reason not to. I really missed out when I didn't get Fu Xuan. I also feel like I really missed out on Silver Wolf. But, you know, I'll just do what I can.
I don't know how I always end up almost in front of the boss, like every time. It's just the tank and I have an agreement, apparently. Go die. I haven't leveled up my Gallagher. I just started doing it because he synergizes well with Boot Hill. So I've been trying to level up both my Boot Hill and my Gallagher. How does, oh, wait, does Gallagher synergize well with Acheron because he has, like, a debuff that he applies? I'm not entirely sure. My Acheron parties are always, Kafka, Black Swan, Huehue. And that's basically all of my, Acheron parties are just that. Maybe I'll throw in Aventurine if it feels like Huehue is just not carrying hard enough. Because I'll be honest, sometimes when I auto with Huehue, she just doesn't heal. She just chooses not to use her healing ability and gets people killed. With his ult, oh, because of the big breaks. Yeah. You're a huge Honkai nerd. It's okay. I can nerd out on Honkai. I don't memorize everyone's abilities, but I have spent a lot of time playing the game, so I have a lot of institutional knowledge when it comes to that.
I will not yield to you!
Yeah, I'm trying to do a Boot Hill, Bronya, Gallagher, and Ron May party. I'm trying to put that together. For no particular reason, because I don't think there's anything that really needs big break effect right now to complete. I'm all caught up on all of the bosses and everything like that, so it's more for just fun and to have it. You accidentally gave your Gallagher 195% break effect? Yeah. I wish I could accidentally do that for my, Boot Hill. I swear, that game, every time I level up any piece of gear, it adds to the stat I don't need on that character. Every time. It's like, break effect is something that I get on a lot of people that I want crit and crit damage. I'll get break effect. On Boot Hill, I got no break effect, but all like flat attack and stuff like that. It's crazy. Just very depressing. multiple pieces of gear where I didn't get any hits on break effects. In any case, that just means I need to spend more time farming gear, as always. That's all I do. Farm gear. You have to figure out who to use with Boot Hill since you've been skipping certain banners as a limited spending player. Gallagher is the big choice. Ron May if you have her. Branya if you have her. Silver Wolf is also a good choice if you have her. I don't have Silver Wolf, so I try to just use some other people. I feel like I don't have a great Gallagher. Like I said, I'm just trying to get him up to speed, so I used Aventurine instead, and that worked out pretty well. I just finished the Penacony questline, so talking about like what I've done so far in relationship to that. Oh, you know who's a great break character? Duh, the Trailblazer. Harmony Trailblazer is like amazing. Yeah. I would definitely say you can swap in the Harmony Trailblazer for Branya. So it'd be Branya, Trailblazer, Gallagher, I'm sorry, Boot Hill, Trailblazer, Gallagher, and then one other person.
Get on with you!
Would be super good. That was you with Robin?
The final cup.
When you were gearing Robin? You're trying to get her attack percent up and you're getting everything but... Yeah, right. Everything but that.
This shall be a mercy. You disgust me.
This guy's so savage. Well, you disgust me, jackass. But you don't wash your hands after using the bathroom, do you? That is disgusting.
Sickness must be purged. Get on with you! Sickness must be purged.
Oh. These tanks leave so fast, I can't calm them before they go. Yeah, Robin with really high attack percent. The other two that I had a really hard time gearing, because I have both Sparkle and Branya, right? They both want crit damage, like coming out the ears, basically. And they both want speed. So I was trying to do a hyper speed Sparkle with high crit damage, and have Branya with a decently high crit damage. So I needed 2 sets of the Hyperspace Messenger set, or whatever it's called. I needed 2 sets of that with speed and crit damage. I was farming for that for such a long time. I'm like this close to getting a Hyperspeed Sparkle. I need 4 or 5 more speed to have that one completed. You wanted Sparkle, but you pulled 80 times for her and you got Japard. E1. Oh. Yeah, I feel your pain. I feel your pain. When you lose that 50-50, it feels so bad. Especially when you don't get another champion, hero, whatever, that you would want instead. Somebody that you've been building up, or that would actually be useful. I mean, Japard's fine. He's fine, but there are some better heroes out there now that have kind of made him less useful than he used to be. Aventurine specifically is just a far better version of Japard. Far better, since he does crit damage increase, he has like an auto-renewing shield. You can basically, if you have him geared properly, never run out of shields. Lost the 50-50 on Aventurine and got Welt E1. Do you use Welt? I think he's still pretty good. As a, actual member of your party. I have one, but I've never maxed it out. I have plenty of Nihility. So, I never really saw the need to get Welt maxed out. But then again, I didn't really see the need to max out Dr. Ratio until he had that whole follow-up attack-based sequence of events. Where you had to have follow-up attacks, otherwise you just couldn't do basically anything in either of the things that they had going at that time. So then I scrambled to get my Dr. Ratio in a semi-respectable state. You're gonna start using him for your Acheron team? Yeah, that seems like a good idea. Seems like good use. Man, I would hate it if I didn't roll an Acheron and actually get her. Because Acheron is such a huge, huge DPS. Like, cornerstone for some very critical party compositions in the game right now. I feel like if there's any champion that's worth rolling for, it's 100% her. Now, granted, you're kind of like a free-to-play party for Acheron's a little bit hard to put together. You've got like maybe the Ice Girl, I forgot her name. Ice Girl and the boxing guy, maybe Sampo for partners, but those are just such weak versions of Kafka and Black Swan. Is Nihility the one that has the most champions? Because I feel like every champion is Nihility. You have Welt's light cones, so it's Destiny telling you to use them. Did you know? I have a pretty conflicted relationship with Yanqing. I basically get Yanqing whenever I want anything else. Yanqing shows up. I have an E4 Yanqing and Yanqings light cone, and during this whole process, I discovered that Yanqing's light cone is actually not best in slot for him. Best in slot is, I think, Swordplay, which is some other Hunt light cone. It's a 4-star. So not only is Yanqing just kind of mediocre, but his light cone is also mediocre. And when I say mediocre, it's like he's only really useful in basically one composition. He's a cool dude, don't get me wrong, but unless you have a Venturine, getting any use out of his talent is like, or his technique, whatever, the secondary ability is almost impossible. Because everything does AoEs these days, and his ability goes away if he gets hit by anything. But yeah, I hope your whelp works out with the light cone. You get lots of good use out of him. I hope you get a good boot hill team together. And if you have not yet checked out the Harmony Trailblazer, I highly recommend looking at that as an option. You know what they need to do for tanks in this game? You know what? Forget, like, abilities that generate aggro. They just need to make it so that tanks passively generate aggro. You know, you just walk towards something. When you get into combat with it, you just start passively generating threat against it. Right? That way you don't even need to swing your weapons at it. You don't need to do anything to it. You can just walk near it and it just sticks to you like glue. I mean, why not just go all the way, you know? Just go all the way. Yeah, face pull, just run through packs, doesn't matter. Forget all your abilities. They just come to you. Oh, Don Meg. Oh, this is a good one. This is gonna be fun. Yeah, there you go. Nice job. Yeah, these packs here I think are the hardest hitting packs in the dungeon. There's a few later that are kind of bad, but really it's those first two. Once you get past those, it's pretty much smooth sailing from there. Who's ready for the awesome explosion mechanic? Don't worry, got you. And that was so smooth. Nothing even really happened. Here we go again. You ready? Let's do this. I take it back. These pulls can also be pretty bad. They can also be pretty bad. But not nearly as bad as the one with the big dude. The big basket guy? Yeah, forget that guy. Hell no. Hey, Johnny Smith Apple, thank you for the raid. Welcome, folks. How's it going tonight? It's good to see all of you. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome, everybody. What were you up to today? You were doing some Grand Blue Relink. Oh, right. They released some new content for that, right? And Johnny is one of the premier Grand Blue Relink streamers. Happy birthday. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. You're all too sweet. Thanks for that. It's my birthday for another 24 minutes. Wow, Johnny, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you for that. Wow. Very generous, Johnny. Thank you for that big raid. Welcome, folks. If this is your first time here, I'm the Sharply Dressed Man. We're playing some Final Fantasy XIV tonight, as you can see. We're leveling Astrologian, as you can see. I am usually playing a DPS of some kind. But today, we're being a healer. And it's a lot of fun. Thank you, Johnny. I appreciate that.
Chapter 1 locked.
Gabby, thank you very much for the 58-month resubscription. Welcome back. Thank you for the very generous 58 months of support. Can't believe it's been that long. 58 months, where'd the time go? Just a green DPS? It's me. That's actually me, yes. How'd you know? Wait a second, do I have a reputation? Hey, we're level 79? Level 79. I want to get to 80 tonight. It's been years. Coming up on 5 years subscribed. Yeah, and there was a period that you weren't subbed, so that's a long time. That's a really long time. Hello, Loki. New character came out, so you're doing all the new quests and stuff. Is it really? Is it really my birthday? Yeah. For another 22 minutes. Hello, Demon. Welcome. Do you automatically redraw your minor arcana if the cooldown is up when you use it? Or is it just because I hammered the button, I just accidentally use it more than once? It feels like I automatically redraw every time. That's just me pressing the button really hard. Okay, used Hallowed, so I think we're good for a little bit. Happy birthday, thank you. Thank you. Just too excited. Yep. I think he would have died if the DPS didn't kill that ad right there at just that time. Level 2 hype train. You guys are too nice to me. Thank you. Very generous. Hey, Loki, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you for the 5 gifted from Loki. We just got to our sub goal of 40 subs. Thank you for the 5 gifted from Sulu. Thank you for that. Wow. Wow. Unbelievable. Thank you for that. Thank you for all the gifted subs, folks. Appreciate that. Every time, man. I'm like, I'm safe, then I get toted. I'm safe, and a toad. Thank you for the gift subs, everybody. Ah! Couldn't quite turn my, camera in time. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's okay. It's fine. Jesus! What happens if you don't get over there in time? You just die? I forget. You can just die. Oh, it doesn't matter. You just have to, like, continue to DPS and you're fine. Too much pressure. Nothing if they kill it. I see. I see, okay. That's right. It's like he puts a shield on himself or something. Yeah, there's the LB. Nice job. Good work. Good work, folks. We did it. Happy birthday and happy level up on Astrologian. Thank you, Fairly Gay. Appreciate that. Is it bedtime? It's getting kind of late. What level are we? 79? In a little bit. I only need 4.4 million more experience points to get to level 80. Alright, sounds good, Gego. Thank you for the runs. GG's, man. That was a lot of fun. We did it, gang. That's great, Johnny. And in the middle of my broadcast, my graphics card driver decides to tell me that it has an update. I think my favorite Final Fantasy XIV meme is the tanks that are wearing, like, nightgowns when they're out tanking stuff. And I feel like it's really hard to pull off, but somehow they did it where all of this doesn't even seem too weird or unusual. You know, what does it matter if our tank is wearing a dress? Just a dress with no shield. Just gonna jump right into bed after this. Oh, it's a gladiator. Well, you might be dead. You're fine. I keep having more confidence than I should in my ability to have essential dignity up when I need it. Also, putting the level of this dungeon at 27 is kind of mean because I can't draw cards until level 30. So I'm just barely out of range of being able to actually do what my class does, which is provide buffs and draw cards. Fairly Gay says, I cannot tell you how many times I've had a DPS follow me as the healer because I had full plate looking for the armor, we had full plate looking armor glamored on. And they falsely assumed that you were the tank. I would make the same assumption. If I were a new player, absolutely. If you have glamour that's a big suit of armor, and your tank is wearing a glamour that's just a nightgown, the new player is not going to be looking for the person with a nightgown to be the tank. You know? And on top of that, the tank it has the shield glamored off, so it's just nothing. The tank was wearing a swimsuit? Yeah. Right. We don't even bat an eye at that. Alright, seasoned Final Fantasy XIV players think to themselves, that's fine. Whatever, man. Tank in a swimsuit? That's okay. Big floppy noodles slippers? That's also fine. Whatever you want. But yeah, usually, for those of you that are new, usually you'll find me playing Black Mage or some flavor of DPS. And we reached a sub-goal recently that I promised to level Astrologian to 90, so we're busily making good on that promise. Currently at, what, 79? Almost there. I started at level 60. Generally, folks know me for playing Black Mage. And it's been a refreshing change of pace playing a healer for a bit. You're dead. Oh, you're not dead. You're just really, really close to dying, that's all. That's okay, I've got my Swift cast just in case the tank does die. That's what that's for. Die, tail. This week is the first time you've seen me playing anything but Black Mage? First time, huh? First time. Even when I was playing Black Mage primarily, I would play some other things. I leveled up Dark Knight to max level back in Shadowbringers. I healed for a bit on Scholar back in Shadowbringers too. That was interesting. I need to put Arise on a macro, I think. Ascend. Ascend. I need to put Ascend on a macro. So when I do need to cast it, I'm like trying to put the I'm trying to hover over the person, and I have to like consciously think to myself, why is this not working? And then fix it. So let's just do that. Right over there. And we're good to go. Nice Torgal mount. Little cowboy with a Torgal mount. Very cute. He even smiles. 6-minute run's pretty good, yeah. That wasn't so bad. We basically just sprinted through the entire place, so... I feel like it would be difficult to go faster. Maybe if we had more AoE. In the most recent case, the tank was a Mikote female in his swimsuit, a warrior with the glowy Moogle axe. Meanwhile, I was on Sage, and the closest to heavy armor glamour I had. So obviously, new player would not know to check the weapon and not follow the person who looks tanky by default, especially if they came from a game where classes dictated glamours and heavy armor meant tank of some sort. True. Oh, a cast from Albania. It's been a good long while since I've done this one. This is a fun dungeon. The gorillas in the first pack hit really hard, so I hope this tank is with it. Lord Everheart says, "Howdy, partners. Howdy. How are you?" Okay, so I don't have that ability. I do have this ability. Lady of Crowns. Oh, okay, so... Wait, we can actually pull out of this room? I forgot. Can we do that? I guess so. Since we're doing that right now. What are you, Paladin? Yeah, this pack with the 2 gorillas, the 2 Avengers, ooh. It's pretty hard. And he's dead. It's like, it's pretty hard. Instantly dead. You used Clemency? Yeah. I mean, that pack just hits really hard. That's all there is to it. It just hits hard, so I don't doubt that folks are gonna die sometimes. Plus, I don't have Celestial Intersection, which really helps for packs like that. He was trying to use Clemency right before he died. Well. Doing our best. Nice job. Nice job. Get him. Dude, he takes a lot of damage from this guy. Hit all the cooldowns, every single last one. Can we actually kill everything? I feel like we can. We're off to a good start. Oh, pretty close. Pretty close. We got 3 of them. It's not bad. What's he doing?
Lady of Crowns is actually a pretty potent spell. It's nice to have that in my toolkit, gotta say. Feels good. Get it. Kill them all. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure everything's okay. Oh, we're so close, man. So close. Really wish I had Celestial Intersection. I keep trying to use it, but it's just not available. One of my favorite bosses of this dungeon. Mr. My cup overfloweth with fire and ice. But now he's Mr. Discreet and Linear Magic or something like that. I'm not entirely sure what this guy does anymore. Serial Magic. Got it? Good? Yeah, nice job. Good work, too. Eleanor says, I was in the Emerald dungeon on Dragoon, and we were on the Caterpillar boss, and he was at 60% when the healer and other DPS died. The Paladin and I continued with him hitting me and himself with clemency while I DPS the boss down. Oh, that's great. How long did it take you to finish the boss after that? I figure that must have been quite a while, actually. Although maybe with a DPS wouldn't have been that bad.
a while. Yeah. Yeah. I find that usually when at least one person dies, the time to do the boss goes way up. Dodging the mechanics is the hardest part, yeah. Well, there's a lot of just very large AoEs all throughout the Amarat dungeon. It's kind of the hallmark of that place is just the really wide AoEs. This is the only guy left. One more grab. Paladin and the Dancer and, like... Are they in comms together? Paladin actually waited for the Dancer to go through the step before pulling the boss. I feel like it's pretty rare. Trying to make sure that you didn't get hit by anything the Paladin couldn't heal through. Yeah. Yeah, the Clemency's nice, but it is a very small heal for a good reason. That was super fast. We didn't even get to the ad phase of that fight. Nice job. That was extremely fast. It's nice to be able to skip some of these mechanics. Although it does spoil me, because at that point, you start to rely on not having to do certain things. GG, Sulu. Sounds good. Nice runs. Just want to say thank you again to Johnny Smith Apple, Loki, and Sulu for the big gifted subs earlier. Thank you for that. That was great. Very, very generous. It's no longer my birthday. It's after midnight. I have to wait until next year. Sounds good. Sounds good. That was fun. Hey, cheers, Commander Shadow. Cheers. How are you? Sulu. Let's all take a real quick moment to recognize just how very cool Sulu is. Alright. Sulu is, right now, the coolest person in chat. Wow. Amazing. So many channel points to spend. More than you could possibly imagine. Oh, okay. I guess we're just staying here. Alright, sounds good. I see why. I can definitely see why. I get used to having certain abilities in my toolkit, and then when I don't have them, it feels weird and I have to like relearn. Oh, I don't have Celestial Intersection here. Oh, I don't have Celestial Opposition here. Oh, I don't have Earthly Star here. You know, it's just, it's very confusing. You heard Sulu was very cool? Was pretty cool? Yes, very cool. Sulu, thank you for the 4 additional gifted subs. Thank you very much for that. Very generous. Very, very generous gifted subs. Thank you for the 4 more community gifts. Thank you for that. Oh, we're going in. Okay. Okay, we're going in. I have to make sure this guy's got all of my regens going. I actually think it seemed pretty fine. It seems like we're doing alright. Make it an even 50? Thank you. Thank you very much, Siri. Thank you once again. Hello, Lazy. I am a hero. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Sulu, thank you for the gifted sub to Lazy010. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Makes it an even 50. Thank you for all the very generous gifted subs, folks, over the night. Appreciate that very much. Just a little bit out of my range? Yeah, I think so. It's okay. Black mages are, like, really allergic to standing close to anything. And I get that. I get it. On a fundamental level, I understand. Sulu's rounding out their 100 total gifted sharp subs. Yeah, that's incredible. It really is. Alright, we're just gonna run over here. Yes, do it. Get this guy. I don't remember what this blaster... I think it does blaster, but I don't remember if it's like a full room thing or what the hell it is. I think you just have to stand behind him. Everything's okay? Yeah. Or you can just kill the boss, that's also fine. You forgot the command? Which command are you looking for? Thanks, folks. Things are well. Things are doing very well. I would say I've got really no complaints. Oh my god, you're super dead. Oh, never mind. You got Super Bowl-eyed. You're okay. I was looking at that guy's HP and I'm like, there's no way he survives this. There's absolutely no way. And then, yeah, there you go. Some Gunbreaker magic and we're back in business. Was pretty close. Yeah, he pressed the button. As long as he presses the button, everything's fine. I don't remember that pack being so heavy hitting. I feel like that pack has been pretty mild in the past. Maybe I just was unprepared for it. Alright, first trial done. The second trial is upon us. This bit here is pretty tame. Because all you have to do is stand and... You just have to stand here. That's it. It doesn't really... Oh my god. I've seen people run apart with that mechanic. I've seen people run together with that mechanic. This time they ran apart and then they came back together in the center. That's okay. I needed a break for my water anyway. But who got hit? The Black Mage? Couldn't possibly be me. I'm getting hit by two mechanics. Apparently I'm not raid ready. think I'm gonna go do my level 70 dailies after this. Should be a real quick boost in my experience points. I really want to get to 80 tonight. At least 80. You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. You definitely don't want to do that. Oh god. I need to remember to put down Earthly Star much sooner. I don't think it's like too big of a deal here, but I feel like as we get further and further into the later content, it's going to become more and more important. I'll hang on to this card for the boss, I think. A pair of the awaited stars. What? Oh, it's some kind of dancer weapon. Right on. Let's see, there's the second Flutterfall. Redraw this. At least I've got Celestial Opposition. I always want to make sure that I'm way ahead of these Eyes of the Fierce. I don't ever want to be behind them. I was like, what is the Black Mage doing? Oh, he got hit by the eye. What is this? There's an ad phase on this fight? What? Since when? Is there like multiple phase 2s? And it just randomly chooses one? Because I don't remember this phase 2 at all. I remember it being him flying around the arena, casting spells in the outside edges. What is this business? It's like Suzaku Light. This is it. With the left and right wing. Yeah, this is it. So there's an ad phase he has too. I swear, I learn something new about this boss every time I do it. There's ads? Apparently if you take too long, then the ads show up, the boss is untargetable, and then he goes into phase 2. What? I swear, we basically, every time I do this boss, I guess our DPS varies so much that sometimes he's got other mechanics that appear that I haven't done before. Oh, I said I was going to go do my dailies and I totally forgot. So now we're doing Mount Gulg before we do our dailies. This ought to be good. This is my first time doing Mount Gulg as a healer. So
it is you.
Let's go.
You will not defile my new paradise.
Oh, we are not. Okay, we're staying. That's fine. That's fine. I'm good. You want to stay? That's okay. It's not a big deal, man. Everything's dying too fast. Can't keep up with the targets. There's the explosion. Not bad. I feel like things are pretty well under control at this point, right? Easily done. Not a big deal. Hardest packs in the dungeon. Oh, we still had more. I didn't realize we could have just pulled them a little bit further and then had a bit more to do. Is that Alize? As the Bard? Yeah, it looks like it is Alize as the Bard. That's exactly what it looks like. It'll be just interesting to see how I do here, given that I don't remember much about this boss at all. Aside from, it's got like AoEs? Oh, there we go. It points in different directions. Right. Cyclone Wing. Easily dealt with. Nice. So there's, I feel like there is a mechanic where he's like, you gotta be close and then you have to be back out or something. But, I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, is it this? Yeah, okay, so it's got intersecting AoEs, that's what it is. Lumen Infinitum. Okay, pretty good. Better than I expected, honestly.
Skulking about my domain like insects! I will not suffer it!
Happy leveling. Thank you. Appreciate that. Have a great night. See you all next time. Wow, that's really bad. I mean, it's not terrible. We definitely dealt with it. But it was like 90% of the area that could have gone very poorly. This whole section here. By the way, remember when they had to change the color because everyone was complaining it was too bright? But this whole section here reminds me of the artificial city from Nier Automata. There's a very similar vibe to it.
Come no closer, filthy creatures!
Tells us not to come closer, summons the guy that sucks us in. Make up your mind, buddy. Oh god. Nice. Alright, things are going pretty well. We're already at the second boss? Wow. Making record time. Alright, this guy's got, things. Mechanics and things. Okay. Well, that was fun. Catechism. Cataclysm? Oh, that's right. That's right. There's like things you gotta stand in to absorb or something like that as well, right? Obviously, I wasn't paying attention on the day they explained this boss to us. And then you have to be like... Is this where the corner works? This is... Yeah, this is where the corner works. You can be in the corner. Like, far, far corner. Except on that one. That's not the one where the corner works. This is the one where you just have to stand in the correct area. That's right. Okay, so this whole section here, I remember tanks dying regularly when they would pull like everything.
Righteousness will prevail.
Because you can pull a lot of stuff here.
Can't you do anything by yourself?
You can pull a lot through this little corridor. If you wanted to. Looks like we want to. Alright, that's fine. I don't mind. Yeah, there's the big LB. I like it. I mean, I don't mind as long as stuff starts to die. I don't mind pulling big packs as long as things don't stay alive in an inordinate amount of time. At that point, it starts to get a little awkward. Yeah, so you can basically pull everything up to that point, and then you're free right up until here. The mini boss. Right, is this a mini boss? I forget. I mean, I guess it could serve as one. Why not?
Very well. If you will not be discouraged.
This is the mini boss. Aha, there we go. There we go. What a fun little boss. I swear this guy shows up at least 3 times that I know of. Here, in one of the... is it Stormblood? One of the Stormblood dungeons? And he's also part of the Serio fight. Just constantly, everywhere. I mean, he's a cool guy.
Stop them, damn you! I don't care what it takes!
Okay. So let's see. This guy's got reflections that appear, right? And then they also do the ability that this thing does. Oh yeah, there's one that's real, one that's big, that glows. It glows, that's right. That's Divine Veil. Oh yeah. I completely forgot about this mechanic. So if you stand behind those things, can you stand behind those things? Does that actually work? Does it matter? You just get blasted?
Here comes the marionettes. I don't know if we'll actually get to see this mechanic again. Yeah, we will. Nice job. I'm gonna calm Alize. Why not? That was fun. I haven't done that dungeon in forever. Man, that thing was just ridiculous. It's a lot of good stuff there, though. We gained almost a full level. What the hell? That's crazy. It's a lot. Let's go do our dailies real quick. That was a lot of stuff. I'll just be honest. I was like just being bombarded with new mechanics basically because I haven't done that dungeon in 2 years. Just vague recollections of what bosses do and having to kind of piece everything together from the clues that they give you. So this is gonna definitely get 80. And a little bit. What we got? The sheep one? These are the sheep dailies. Unusual grass. The best of both worlds. And then Mythi Glorianda. What the heck? I feel like these dailies are usually more co-located. Well. Yeah, I guess not today. Generally speaking, the ones that make you go to this corner, I feel like we're usually grouped up pretty well. I made a series of videos one time that was just music in Final Fantasy XIV. This one was one of my favorites. The night theme for this area is really nice. All the night themes in Shadowbringers are just piano. And they're all very chill. This one and... what was the other zone in Shadowbringers? The desert area? Arang. Yeah. Arang was really good. Yeah, that sounds about right. It's just very relaxing. And then, of course, there's the theme from... where is it? The Tempest? Is it the Tempest? Yeah. This one.
It's amazing. Find the sleepy pixie. Alright. And that's it. Go click on the sleeping pixie. The end. Collect experience points. It's some of these dailies are just I feel like they're being implemented on a Friday afternoon. The game designer is just really looking forward to getting home for the weekend. What if we added a daily? That's just go click on a pixie, and that's it. Alright, sounds good. Check it off the list. Okay, so this is definitely level 80. Here's your deep wing glider membrane. There we go. That's it. We got neutral sect. Neutral sect. Increases healing potency by 20%. When casting Aspected Benefic or Aspected Helios, adds a magic barrier, which nullifies damage, equal to some percent of the amount healed. Interesting. So it's like I use this and then I stack shields. It's the only way that I can preemptively heal with this class. It's on a 2-minute cooldown. More stuff to put up here, I think. Alright, let's see. Neutral sect. Neutral sect. Neutral sect. Put that down there. I kind of want to also put Essential Dignity up there, too. So I can see how many charges I have. The big conversation you've heard people discussing about is in regards to mid-core content. What do you mean? Who's having these discussions? Who's having discussions about mid-core content? This should be fine. This is fine. Everything here is good. So we got neutral sect, then we get exaltation at level 86. Which is another, this is a 60-second cooldown. Which is like a single target damage reduction. And we get macrocosmos at level 90. Which is a 3-minute deals damage and then heals. That's right, this is the one that collects damage done during the duration and then heals for 50% of that. YouTube MMO people? Just as in general, MMO... Not... Oh, so you said specifically Final Fantasy XIV. That's interesting. So not like in the context of general MMOs, just in this context, mid-core content, really? Huh. What is the definition of mid-core, anyway? Hang on. What does that even mean? It's so hard to just say, you know, what's hardcore versus not hardcore, even. Because it's a sliding scale. The answer depends on who you ask the question. Also, I think it's possible to have, like, varying degrees of hardcoreness. You don't necessarily need to be a first week. So it's like, are you a first week Savage clearer? Are you hardcore? Probably. Are you a second week Savage clearer? Are you hardcore? Probably. What is the definition of a hardcore player? Is it the amount of time that you play the game, or is it the amount of success you experience when playing the game? Can a person who plays for 3 hours but clears everything in the first week be considered hardcore, even though the amount of time they spend in the game is super low? I don't know. That's it's a slippery slope. Let's do a trial. Before I do that, before I do the trials, withdraw. Withdraw. I think I've got better gear now. I'm level 80, right? Yeah, I should be able to use all kinds of good stuff. So I need to get rid of Menfina's earring. I got an actual earring. Crypt Lurker's stuff. Eden Choir's stuff. So I've got raid gear now that I can use. Okay. Okay. Where did I get this raid gear from? Was I just gearing up my healers at one point and I got bored? Apparently it all still uses the same skin except for the gloves. Okay. We need to go buy a new weapon. We've been watching content about Dawn Trail, and a lot of what people are asking for is something like Eureka, which is being described as mid-core. Uh-huh. Okay. 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 If that's the term that they're using, alright. Augmented Crypt Lurker Planisphere. Thank you. So I have a really widely varied degree of healer gear here. Some 490s, some 500s, some 530. So 530 is what I need. I need a 530 chest piece. Okay, Augmented Crypt Lurker's Robe of Healing. Alright. 530 chest piece. 530 earring? Earring. Okay. I can buy one more accessory. So we need like a 530 bracelets. Now we're at 525. It's pretty good. Have I ever played Guild Wars 2? I have. Yeah, I got to max level in Guild Wars 2. Back when it was first released, before any patches or expansions. I played a warrior. It was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it, but as soon as I got to max level, I lost all interest. I stopped exploring, doing quests, playing the game. I just went straight back to what I was already doing. The game is full of what you would consider to be mid-core content. Okay, so I think the definition of mid-core content is something that you can freely grind. Potentially do it by yourself. Like, that's basically the definition of the relic content, right? It's just stuff that you can grind when you have free time, just jump right into it, jump out of it. Yeah, I've never, I mean, I see the appeal, but it's really hard for me to play that kind of content. Like, world content? Wait. Would Final Fantasy XI meet that definition? Would everything in Final Fantasy XI be considered mid-core at that point? Because that's all world content. I do recall Guild Wars having a lot of Fates and things like that. Are Fates mid-core content? This definition is really weird. So when I talk about mid-core, I mean everything that you're saying that is mid-core I would just call casual. It's just casual content. Stuff that you can do without a schedule by yourself. I don't know if I would consider Final Fantasy XI to be casual. I mean, maybe. Maybe, but playing the game demands a lot of patience, I'll say that. And coordination. And teamwork. I guess the teamwork aspect would basically say it's not casual, because it demands a high degree of coordination. You can't speak to Final Fantasy XI, you've never played it. Final Fantasy XI's primary mechanism of leveling up, when I was playing the game, the primary way to level up was to join groups of players, like little parties, and then fight monsters. It's basically Eureka. You'd fight monsters for hours. You'd just get into a little group with your party, you'd go out to a place with monsters, and you'd continuously fight monsters. And then you gain experience points. So I guess if Eureka and Bosnia are considered to be, quote unquote, mid-core, then yeah, all of Final Fantasy XI would qualify as mid-core. And by relationship, all of EverQuest would qualify as mid-core because that's what Final Fantasy XI was based on. What is considered mid-core content? There's a Reddit thread on this, of course. Mid-core is something you can queue for without going through Party Finder. This is so... Yeah, I don't know if I would really participate in that conversation. It's very subjective. It's hard to have a conversation about the goodness or badness of such subjective things. Ooh, Ravana, again. I love this fight. This fight's great.
Dance to the song of ringing steel.
Yeah, this is a great trial. It's interesting that there's a lot of MMO Spear folks talking about this conversation.
Furious as a blaze.
Like, do we need the availability of such things? I think it's nice to have, yeah. I think it's good for people that don't raid to have a different avenue with which to enjoy the game and experience progress. That's something I've advocated for a long time. Does it necessarily need to be something like Eureka? No. I'd say definitely not. Is Eureka a good example of it? Sure. There's a lot of stuff to do. There's little bosses you can fight. I find Eureka to be very tedious. And by extension, Bosnia I find to be very tedious. I don't necessarily just jump in there and do it because, I'm bored one day. Man, I really want to do some more Bosnia. I never found myself having that kind of opinion. But if I were to say, is it a good implementation of Is it a good implementation of something I would consider to be mid-core by that definition? Sure. It's probably the best you're gonna get for a while. Although I do kind of miss the Final Fantasy XI aspect, which was just like go to a spot with a group of people and then grind your brains out. Stop hitting the boss, please. The thing about Bosnia, though, is it's too solo, I guess. That might be a weird way to put it. But I don't feel connected to anybody. Like Final Fantasy XI, love it or hate it, forged connections between players through shared suffering. Bosnia doesn't really do that. The only time I would join groups in Bosnia was to do bosses.
Prepare thyself. Rejoice in the glory of combat.
And only for the duration of that boss. And then I would just leave and go do something else. The groups are very transient. And almost to the extent of why even have groups? Why not just put people into like a random, automatically made party? Whatever. Swift slaughter. Uh-oh. You remember relic hunting with random party in 11 for 30 hours? Yeah. As painful as Final Fantasy XI is to play, it does form bonds that people recall for a long time. Through shared suffering. Specifically watching an interview with Mr. Happy. You know, he was a huge Final Fantasy XI fan, so it makes sense that he would want more of that. Yeah. The thing is, Final Fantasy XI already exists, and people can go play that. If they want that content, they can go play it. Like, it's there. Final Fantasy XIV isn't Final Fantasy XI. And I think anything that Final Fantasy XIV does should be Final Fantasy XIV-centric. So, does it need grindy content that you can drop into and out of? Maybe. Is it an essential element for Final Fantasy XIV's success? No, I don't think so. Might be nice to have. Be nice to have. I think that... I'll just say this. I think that Relic, as far as Relic content goes in Final Fantasy XIV, that's probably the best way to do it. Because it is more engaging than just trading in tokens to get the relic back like they have right now, or you just buy it with enough tomestones. And it gives people something to do for a long time, right? They can go on there, they can grind their brains out, do whatever. And really, I think that ties very well with the relic concept, because relics in Final Fantasy XIV have always historically been, you spend months of time investing in creating the thing, and then eventually you have this big payoff at the end. So, yeah, that really goes hand in hand, I think, very well with that. Plus, it also serves a secondary purpose of providing a pretty convenient mechanism for people that are trying to catch up to do so. You know, you hear people talking about how they're going to level Pictomancer, how they're going to level Viper in Dawntrail. People are still talking about going back to Bosnia to do that. It's just a really convenient way to grind experience points. Is it really fun? Maybe for like an hour, at least for me. And then after that, my eyes start to glaze over after I've gone and done, you know, the same fates over and over again for this 16th time. But some people really like that content. So sure. I think it kind of hits a lot of the right notes, but I don't think it needs to be something that is critical to a launch. You know, it doesn't necessarily need to be in Dawn Trail when it launches. It doesn't need to be omnipresent. But at some point, sure, you could add something like that. If you want the Final Fantasy XI experience, just go back and play like a time-locked Final Fantasy XIV server. One of the unofficial ones. 75. 75 lock. Let's play that. Play that for a month, and let me know how you like it. No quest markers. No quest givers that are marked on the map. Some of the critical upgrades that you need are given by people that you can completely miss. Like, bag upgrades. Very slow transportation. Very slow. If you finally get to the point where you have an airship pass, you're going to take an airship from place to place. Like, airships fly from city to city, but only on, what was it, like half an hour? Every half hour they come by me. It might have been 15 minutes. And then the trips themselves take time, so you have to wait for the airship to arrive. You have to wait for the trip to be done, and then you arrive at the place. Very different than anything today, right? Where we have a lot of fast travel. Very slow leveling. Very high expectations for people in terms of gear. It's just a fundamentally different time and experience. And to say that we need elements of that in modern gaming, I think I go back to, if you really want that experience again, go back and play that game. Only bring elements of that over to this if it makes sense in the context of this game. I did a lot of relic grinding in that game too, in Final Fantasy XI with my friends. I think one of my proudest moments was when I finally put together my Paladin artifact set. That was so great. That felt so good. Because the Paladin artifact set was probably good for, man, up to level 75. You could probably wear that your entire way. From when you get it, I think you got it in like the 40s, maybe the 50s. It's probably level 50, I think. You could realistically wear that up through max level. And at that point, you should really get something different, because everything at that point hits very hard. But it was a real satisfying achievement, getting any of the artifact sets done, because it required so much work. So many different steps. It's fun hearing Embolden. Because Embolden's sound effect is just so distinct. Sounds like a go-kart. Sometimes the keys in this game are so sticky. You know, it feels like I press the button and I have to press the button the second time, third time to get it to work. heard that when you died, you would lose hours and hours of leveling. Yeah, absolutely. In Final Fantasy XI, yes, definitely. You would lose experience points when you died. And sometimes you would lose experience points beyond your level, which meant that you would de-level. Right? So, if you weren't careful, you were like right on the cusp of wearing some gear, it's entirely realistic that if you died, you would no longer be able to wear the gear that you are wearing. And you'd have to just hope that you had a different set of gear on you. So you could put that on instead. That game was crazy. It was a totally different experience. As far as games go today, just playing it would be considered hardcore. Just playing that game would be a hardcore mindset, in my opinion. It would not be for a casual player. You'd have to set aside time specifically to play that game. I'm talking hours of time specifically to play that game, because there's, at that point, you have to get parties, right? There's no way you can do anything in that game solo. You have to do it with a party. And sometimes there are no parties looking. They just don't want it. Like, there's just nobody that's looking to play that game with other people at that point, or that's looking to do the content that you need to do. So, in my experience, I would spend hours sometimes waiting for people to just show up and do the things I wanted, like level in a specific level range, right? So I'm level 60. I want to level with other level 60 people or that are in that range. And unfortunately, there's 20 other people looking, but they're all in their 30s and 40s, right? So I'm out of luck until 4 other people log in that are at that level and of the right class. So there's just a lot of things you need to do in that game. It's a completely different mindset. With that said, when it worked, it was great. It was great. Probably some of the most fun I've had in an MMO, but there was way too much downtime. Way too many instances of me sitting there thinking to myself, I could be doing something else right now. Hello, Dark Arsenal. What kind of issues are you having? Help us out a bit. Tell us about what you're looking for. You're making me miss Final Fantasy XIV? It's okay, Lazy. Don't worry. Final Fantasy XIV can't hurt you. Only play it if you want to play it. Only play it if you enjoy the mechanics of it. It's very important. I feel like, man, I really want to play Final Fantasy XIV because I miss this aspect of it. Might be a good time to get back in. There's only a month left before the new expansion. There's only so much time before you, just over. I honestly thought you were going to say I was making you miss Final Fantasy XI. I'll be honest, there was a point in time not too long ago where I thought to myself, I really want to go play Final Fantasy XI again. So I downloaded Horizon 14, or Horizon 11, or whatever it's called, the private server, the application for that, and I played it for like a couple days. And then I remembered all the things It all came flooding back to me. Oh yeah, that's right. There's a ton of stuff I don't like doing in this game. Never played 11. 14 is the only Final Fantasy that you have ever played. You've never played any of the single-player ones? Really? I think the single-player Final Fantasy games are good. They're definitely worth playing. Not all of them. Most of them. There are a few that are just, like, skippable, I would say. Now, everyone's going to disagree on which one of those in the series that is that I'm talking about. I know which ones I would skip. And I'm not going to get into that right now, because I don't necessarily want to be all caught up on that topic for the next 3 hours. Trying to do a class boost whenever you get the check. Say you have no characters, you're logged into your account, and you have a character, just shows nothing there. That, I don't know. I'm not sure how to fix that. You didn't see anything about a time frame in there? Well, they're not always great about telling you about stuff like that. So it's entirely possible that what you were told is correct. But the server just doesn't recognize that you have a character there yet. You need to give it some time, but I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not a customer service rep. If it's something about, like, questions in the game, I can help out more with that. If something has to do with your account, I recommend that you contact Squaresoft's support department. Gotta make sure this guy's got lots of regens, because these monsters hit really hard. I would say until the Warhounds are both dead. Once they're dead, we should be fine. Looks like we're good. Now the only question is if he's going to interrupt Seductive Scream. Or he did it. Great, nice, good. Which dungeon is this? This is Siren Song C. This is the first dungeon of Stormblood. Never run this one, huh? It's a lot of fun. This is a good dungeon. It hits really hard. For the level of content that you have here, like the level of gear that you're supposed to have here, this dungeon hits very hard. I think when folks get to this boss, they typically start to recognize it, like, oh yeah, I remember the boss with the whole, like, puddles on the floor. Forces you to walk around the arena. I remember that boss, yeah. Usually it starts to come down. How's the tank doing? Is he doing alright? Looks like he's okay. This got hit really hard. Let's fix that. Somber Melody. Alright, so this is the AoE, right? Yep. Nice job. Nice job. Guess I should pass on everything, huh? Dawnbound, already got that. Alright, I'm glad that it shows you which orchestrion rules you have now. Alright, good night, Ornthane. Have a good one. Never branched out till it was too late and Final Fantasy XIV was all you've ever tried. Lazy? Got it. You're a World of Warcraft. Okay, you're a World of Warcraft main. Alright, that sounds fine. You kept your sub going for nearly 2 years because of your house, and you finally let it go 6 months ago. I kept my sub up the entire time I wasn't actively playing the game too, yeah. Sounds about right. I did that exact same thing. Don't laugh at that, man. The reason I'm laughing is because I've gone through that. Every month I'd get an email saying your house is about to be destroyed. You'd better log back in before it goes away. I know the struggle, because I worked hard to get this stupid house. I went through so much just to get this one little plot of land, and it would feel so bad to me to lose it at this point. And I thought, what is the likelihood that I'm never going to play Final Fantasy again? Or what is the likelihood that I'm going to regret that decision and have to go through the whole process all over again to get another house? Pretty high. Lazy says, it was sad to let go. It was a medium. Could never get a large. The lottery system always finessed me. Yeah, I hear that a lot about the lottery system. Having gone through the previous system, I think the lottery system is better. Because I recall quite distinctly several times when I was sitting there spam clicking on those boards, the notice boards out in front of the houses, the empty lots. And if you were just buying a new lot, new plot of land, you had to wait for it to become available. And they didn't give you a window. Or they did, but it was like a 24-hour window, so anytime in that window, it could become available. So basically you'd have groups of people grouped around these little signs, spam clicking the sign, checking to see if it was actually available or not for purchase. For hours. hours. And encourage people to bot because you don't necessarily want to sit there clicking on this thing. You have to go to sleep. You've got to go to work. You've got to eat food, right? You have all these other competing priorities that you have that are not buying a house in Final Fantasy XIV. And then, after hours of sitting there waiting for the thing to actually open up, at the very end of its window, some guy runs over and then transfers his house from a different ward into this one and immediately takes the plot of land. Like, that was it. Everybody else, if you wanted that, you're done. The system is so bad. I'm glad it's gone. Better on your mental? Yes. Yes. I understand how it can be frustrating. But I think it's definitely better that overall than the previous system. I would never go back to that. Got some cracked antho clusters. I can trade this for materia 10 and 9? That's nice. Alright. Cool. Your first small was when you were spam clicking from 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. That's what I'm talking about. That's unhealthy. Slowly dozing off, then you see the message on screen and think, wait, what just happened? And you finally got it. Well, congratulations on getting that. I'm sorry you had to go through that, what you went through to get it. And I definitely think that you shouldn't have to go through things like that to get those houses. The housing system in Final Fantasy XIV is pretty contentious. Because they added rarity, scarcity to a resource that is not scarce, right? It doesn't take... Digital resources can be replicated ad infinitum for free. And they added the system on top of that, where they basically said we only have 60 or whatever different places for you to buy. And I see a lot of people ask for instanced housing.
No turning back.
And I honestly, I've got to say, I think it's probably a good idea. But with that said, I do also see the point that there's a nice little feeling you get from walking around a neighborhood that's an actual neighborhood.
Steel yourself.
Oh, the tank. I was gonna say the tank's gonna split that. They're fine. Tank's got it. Don't worry about it. Is that Barton the White Mage? Oh, I'll let the White Mage shield the tank. Railway, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you so much for that support, man. Thank you for those 5 gifted subs. Welcome, folks that are new. Enjoy your emotes. Happy belated birthday, Mike. Thank you. It's very generous and very nice of you to say that. Ow. Okay, no center from the boss. Got it. The Roar of Thunder. Kill it? Is it dead?
All creation trembles before my might. Behold, fury given forth.
I never did Byakko Extreme.
My wrath is a ceaseless torrent.
This whole section here seems pretty fucked up. It'd be cool if I could, like, DPS something. Perhaps if I had some buttons to press. I would love that. The first time doing this has you freaking out? Yeah, I can see why. I can 100% see why.
To ashes with you. Impressive. Very well, I shall bring all to bear.
Alright, now we're into the actual fight.
Lightning Sear.
Who's the big DPS in this group, do you think? Is it the Red Mage?
Tempest Surge.
Ow.
Lightning Sear. Steel yourself.
Easy.
You're mine.
Wait, he's not smashing a person, he's just smashing a place on the ground? that's hilarious. What?
Tempest Surge.
I actually really like the music for these trials. They had a very specific sound to them.
You are stronger than I dared hope.
Well, that guy's dead. I think it's because they're the primals, right? Nice job. Nice job. That was good. You miss your Red Mage? That was the first one you played when you started the game? Red Mage is a fun class. It really is. I like it. It's funny because it's the most... It's the least mobile caster. Which is a really weird thing to say. But when it comes to right down to it, Black Mages actually have more mobility than Red Mages do. And of course, Summoner is basically just a physical ranged at this point, so they have a million instant casts. really no cast time spells to mention. Maybe 2. Maybe. Whereas Red Mage has a very specific tempo to it, right? Your movement windows are when you're cashing in your instant cast spells. And when you're able to use your Core to get into the boss, sometimes you don't want to go to the boss and you don't want to flip back out. You want to go to like a specific location. And every other caster is better at that than Red Mage is. But yeah, Red Mage is super fun. I really enjoy the class. I played it, I raided with it a little bit in Shadowbringers. Orem Vale. Wow. Okay. Throwback. Jeez. Well, here we are. Is anybody gonna leave? I think my my biggest experience from Orem Vale is that people will just bail on this dungeon. I had tanks bail constantly with Orem. We have a brand new samurai and a brand new machinist. So this is going to be interesting. 2 people who have never done this dungeon before. They're 100% going to die on the first boss. Unless they did something different with the whole mechanic where you have to cleanse yourself. I don't know how they deal with that now. But if they don't know how to cleanse themselves, they're going to die. It's nothing I can do about it. How do you know who hasn't done the dungeon before? I'm looking to see who is watching the cutscenes. It's a pretty good bet that if somebody's watching the cutscene before a dungeon, that's their first time there. And both the samurai and the machinist were sitting there watching the cutscene. It's not very sophisticated. I'll give them that. It might be alts. It might be something else, but generally speaking, it's like... You can see what's going to happen there. Dude, you're dead. You're super dead. You pulled way too much. 7 things? Not going to happen. You're horrible at watching cutscenes and keeping up with the story. You know nothing about the lore. You can probably just look at the endless story book in your in-room. If you really wanted to catch up. There's like a bunch of synopses and things like that you can just read in a few minutes to catch up on the story. It's actually not that bad. But then again, don't feel obligated to, like, catch up to everything in the story either because they're starting a brand new one in just about a month. It's like I had a line of sight and he ran away. Okay, yeah, the locksmith. Alright, we got the fruit. Alright, they clicked on the fruit already. So this ought to be interesting. It grows back periodically. Alright, so new fruit appeared. Samurai's got it. I'm going to like get 3 stacks, I think, of gold lung before I cleanse myself. Alright, actually much better than I expected. Although the machinist does have 4 stacks, so they're gonna totally die unless they do something. Click on the fruit, please. There we go. Nice, nice, nice. Good. This place is such a throwback. Such a throwback. And folks would be like, you gotta let the fruit bloom so we can get more seedlings and get more experience points. That was always an adventure. Big, big AoEs. Alright, nice job, folks. I wonder how we're going to do on the next boss. The coin counter. Yeah, I think this room is safer to pull more than one thing. Like, if they really want to pull a couple things, I think that's okay. This instance in general just hits really hard. I don't have a huge toolkit that can deal with much of the DS it throws at you. It's just on a whole different level, it feels like, than the rest of the dungeons, level 50 dungeons. Well, this one's actually level 49, right? It's not necessarily level 50. But I feel like it's the hardest of them. You definitely have to play it differently than, say, Wanderer's Palace. Okay, here we go. Did they add indicators to the coin counter, or is he still indicatorless? He just kind of does whatever the hell he wants. I always liked the fact that he just had, like, no actual telegraphed moves. Okay, he had a few telegraphed moves like that. I'm pretty sure that the frontal cone AoE was always telegraphed. But the rest of it, like this I don't think was telegraphed before. The point blank AoE, I'm pretty sure was not telegraphed. I know this wasn't. I know for a fact that never was. So it looks like they made a few changes to this fight. I really enjoyed this fight because it gave you, this was your introduction to learning that some bosses don't always tell you what they're going to do. Plus, also what to look out for other places like Heaven on High, where you fight monsters of the same type. You look for the exact same bodily movements to see what he's about to do. You know, like when he's going to use Glower or the swing. Does the poisoned peasant not aggro by proximity? Why is it not going after the tank right now? That's so weird. It was just kind of floating right by our tank. I've never seen anything do that before, where it just ignores the tank for whatever reason. It doesn't aggro by proximity. You have to actually pull it. Okay. So it does aggro by proximity. Just not right then and there. It's so weird. Oh, the last boss here is going to be something else. Oh, I know this is going to be something else. Fuck. Just too busy looking at other things. I think we're okay. I'm surprised that Vine Probe one-shot the Samurai. I wonder if there was something else going on there. Like, did he have a debuff or something that I wasn't aware of that made him weaker to it? Because he just died instantaneously. Alright, good job, team. Where's the exit? I'm really hoping my regens kind of carry the tank through the rest of this pack. Seems like they will, which is good. I'm really glad for that, because those guys hit really hard, especially when they all attack together. As you can see, the tank was almost one shot. All of the mobs decided to attack at the exact same time. Almost killed him. Oh, Samurai's viewing the cutscene. Okay, yeah, once again, I'm somehow in front of the boss. I'm not entirely sure why. How does that work? Alright, same deal as before. We gotta wait for some stacks before we start clearing our burrs. I think the tank actually gets the burrs at a faster pace. If I recall correctly. We gotta kill all these marbles. Again, I think I'm gonna wait for 3 stacks. Alright, here's the... It's on the tank. Here's the 3rd stack, though. Damn it, what? I was so careful not to be in front of the boss, and then he just like turns around and whacks the hell out of me. There we go. Nice job. Whoa. That was rough. That was rough. Alright, folks, I think I'm going to go ahead and call it here for the night. I'm going to go ahead and get off of Final Fantasy XIV for the evening. We got to level 80. There's another 4 levels tonight. We'll be live again on Wednesday night with some more Final Fantasy XIV. Maybe 84. We'll see. We're going to get our way through the rest of the levels to finally get to level 90 with the Astrologian. Thank you so much, folks, for joining me tonight. I had a fantastic time streaming for all of you. Hope you enjoyed it as well. Alright. Boom. Alright. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Had a great time. I'll be live again Wednesday night, 7:30 p.m. Pacific time is when I will next be here.
If you enjoyed what you saw tonight, don't forget to follow the broadcaster on Twitch. I would love to see you all here again next time. Don't forget to follow. Click the follow button. If you're interested in the rest of my content, there it is. Twitter.com/SharpDressTV is my handle over there. There's the Discord. Jump in there, get involved with the community. And there's the YouTube for the rest of my content. Alright, folks. Very, very solid stream tonight. Looking forward to more tomorrow, or later today, less than 24 hours from now, or Final Fantasy XIV. In the meantime, everyone, have a fantastic rest of your night. Have a great Wednesday, and I'll see you all then. Good night. Take care. Cheers.